One in October. I know, yeah, she does.
Good evening, everyone. We are going to call to order the HRC meeting. The time is now 6:11. Next, we will have roll call. Before we have roll call, can we have a motion to excuse Veronica Robertson due to medical issues?
So moved.
Second.
And can we have a vote by raise of hands? Thank you. Roll call, Mark Rasdor,
Present.
Carl Wilson, LaChauncey Staten, Juan Garcia,
Present.
Bayong Lee, Andrew Shue,
Present.
Mary Perkins Williams, Chantel Hawkins, Carlton Dawson,
Here.
Luther Hemby,
Present.
Mary Moy,
Here.
Veronica Robertson, Sharon Rochelle.
Here.
Next is the approval of July 18th minutes. Can we have a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved. I second.
And can we have a vote by a show of hands? Next, we do not have anyone to sign up for public comment. For the report, our September 19th meeting will be held here at the Eugene James Auditorium, and we do have a speaker, Misty Chase from Pat's. There will be discussion on transit schedule, routes, and how to contact and general information regarding the Pat's system. Next will be old business. For old business, all I have is to remember to have your locations for the listening tours to present in the September meeting, so we can go ahead and plan accordingly and schedule those. And I did not have anything for new business this time. Okay, so next we'll do the introduction of the guest speaker, Jim MacArthur. He is the Deputy Director of EMS, and he is also the EMS Coordinator for Pitt County.
Good evening. How is
Good
everybody
evening.
doing tonight?
Going good.
It's a beautiful day. It's a little steamy outside. I don't know, do you see that? You got it on your screen?
Yes.
All right, so I was asked to come to this meeting tonight to talk about a variety of topics, I guess, that we're all passionate about in emergency services. We're going to do a little CPR and AED discussion. We'll talk a little bit about Narcan and how it works. And then actually talk about Stop the Bleed. I can do that, but we like to partner with a lot of different agencies. So I have Brian Lake come from the Trauma Services Division at the hospital to come and help with that presentation too. This is interactive. I encourage you to ask questions. If you have something that you want me to explain in more detail or stop, whatever. These are things that in my career I've been passionate about. I've been a volunteer firefighter for 21 years with the Simpson Fire Department and a paramedic for 20 of those years. So I'm happy to be here. I love being able to share a little knowledge. And then what the goal here would be is I want to share information with you on very simple ways that you can affect life-saving interventions for people so that they can have meaningful outcomes and go home from the hospital to their families, community, whatever it is. And I would like for all of you to try to impart some of that wisdom, even if a little bit of it. So find a nugget somewhere in here that you may be passionate about and take that with you when you go. So nobody beside the county's paying me to be here, but none of the developers of any of these products are paying me. If anybody wants to, I'm happy to talk. We'll figure it out. CPR does not necessarily mean catch, photograph, release, but I do love to fish. And so, real quickly, EMS is a division of Pitt County Emergency Management. It's a multifaceted division. So emergency management actually incorporates the 911 division. So all of the 911 calls in our county are routed to the same place. They come to this building. This is where the PSAP is. And then if it's a law enforcement call, they will transfer that call to the appropriate law enforcement agency. All of our fire and EMS calls are dispatched based on those calls. So everything comes out of this building in our division. We also house the fire marshal's office. So like Greenville Fire Rescue has a fire marshal's division. We do all of the unincorporated areas and most of the municipalities except for Greenville and Winterville and Farmville. So we have jurisdiction in all the rest of those places. as well as emergency planning. So if you think about your shelter plans and hurricane and disaster plans, we house all of that within our office, as well as EMS. And so that EMS, as you can imagine, the ambulances and QRVs and paramedics that you see on the road, we oversee and are responsible for all of that. So why are you here, right? Why am I here to talk with you tonight? Cardiac arrest will affect all of us eventually, right? We will all pass away when our heart stops beating. But sudden cardiac arrest is a preventable, is a life-savable event, a heart attack or some other event that will cause your heart to suddenly stop beating unexpectedly. We can fix that, right? So if you see in red, this used to be 100% fatal, right? And even in Pitt County, in less than 15 years ago, we had a roughly 0.5 to 1% survival rate. So 1 out of 100 people went home from the hospital with a cardiac arrest. That almost tells you that when we got somebody back, it was an accident, right? We tried hard, we did what we thought was the right thing to do. We really haven't changed our personnel groupings a whole lot, right? Everything looks very similar. But how we take care of these people and the way that we send resources to these calls, now we have, a roughly 17 to 20% survival rate, which is almost the best in the state. We're 4th or 5th out of all the counties in the state. And that's pretty strong considering we're a mostly rural county. AEDs did not used to be widely available. That's changing. We strongly encourage every public place, especially churches and private institutions and public places, put AEDs in your building. If you have a fire alarm, put an AED in. Layperson CPR, once you realize how easy this is, besides the fact that it's scary, it's incredibly simple. It's very easy. And then a commitment to improve, right? Everybody here, y'all are here because you want to improve the county that we live in, the communities where you live. And so everybody here is a stakeholder and has some degree of investment. And so when you make a commitment to that, whatever it is, your profession or the reason why you're here, once you figure out what that is, you realize that putting your hands on somebody to save their life is the ultimate commitment to serving the community. And we all have a responsibility to do that. So CPR really came into vogue recently, right? Everybody was familiar with the Damar Hamlin case in the NFL game, really widely popular, right? People fall over dead from cardiac arrest several times a day nationally, right? But you can come on up. I'm not going to come on in. Come on in. But with Damar Hamlin is a young, healthy athlete. Cardiac arrest is not supposed to happen, right? And he actually did not have a heart condition, right? If we all remember, he got smacked in the chest hard enough that it stopped his heart. And by the time they figured, they didn't figure it out because there was still blood in him. So when he stood up, his heart was already stopped. But when he stood up, he fell back down because there was no blood moving. And it was an excellent example of rapid CPR getting on his chest saved his life. And not only did it save his life, he's back in his career, his chosen career, which is a very physically demanding activity, right? So the other example you see on the screen in front of you, I'll summarize very quickly, though. That's Ty Solomon. He was a South Carolina upstate basketball player. The gentlemen, they're all standing around him. They were at NC State for a basketball game some years ago. And he had a cardiac arrest running down the floor, fell over on the floor. He's dead, out. The paramedic, the guy in the white shirt, Benji Curry, and some other guys, they recognized that he had a problem immediately. Before the coaches and trainers got to him, the paramedics are on him doing CPR on him. They get him back. He's in the hospital. He did not go back to playing basketball. He had a heart condition. So he's coaching, and he's an advocate for health care and awareness. Now, all of that to say that just by having this discussion tonight, bringing awareness to putting your hands on people's chest is really important. So what is cardiac arrest? You probably know, we've talked about it, you've heard it in the news. Very simple, your heart is not beating and you're not breathing. But the cardiac part, right, the cardiac is the heart, the arrest is it stopped, okay? So when your heart is not beating, there's no blood moving anywhere else, right? So your heart is not the only important part inside of you. If you think of all of your organs, your liver, kidneys, the brain, lungs, all of that stuff has to have blood moving to it. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And when those are stopped, as you can imagine, you know, you can make and get my heart beating again, but if my brain doesn't have anything going to it, and that's not good. So, ergo, we have to do something. I like pictures. I'm a picture guy. There's a picture of a bunch of children there. My kids, 11 and 8, they know how to do CPR. They know how to activate the emergency response system. It's incredibly simple, right? 911, put your hands on the chest. And I'm going to let you all do it, all right? I'm not just going to tell you how easy it is and then not give you the chance. Very quickly, the first chain in the chain of survival is 911 activation. Has anybody in this room called 911 before? Is it scary? For whatever reason you call, you know. It feels intimidating, right? When you hit 911 on the phone and you're not really sure what's about to happen, what they're going to say, are they going to be critical, and what's going to happen, right? You know, and what did they want to know when all of you called? What was the first thing they asked you?
Location, or was
The first thing they asked you, where are you? Anybody know why that's the first question?
So they can get someone to you.
Exactly. So if I know where about you are, it doesn't matter what your problem is, I can send you something. So it used to be when you called 911, they would want to know what's your problem, right? What do you need? Well, what they figured out over time is that it can be a protracted event for somebody to try to explain what the issue is. And so then we've been on the phone for several minutes and we still don't know where you are to send something. So the first question is, where are you? Well, then we'll figure out what you need, right? And so as technology gets better, that's actually a screen grab from my phone. So as soon as you hit 911 on a smartphone, it goes into emergency mode. And it just means that the location preemption is sending your location to the 911 center. There's several ways that works, but the longer you're on the phone with them, they're going to know where you are anyway. They're going to be able to figure it out. And then, so this is all very simple. We want you to recognize that somebody's having a problem. Have you ever seen someone in distress? Have we ever seen somebody pass out or just having a problem, right? Where they're not acting right. Diabetics, people that use drugs or medications, whatever it is, people have issues and they're not acting right. They're having a stroke, right? So the first key is to recognize somebody's in distress. Rule number 2 is to do something, right? I can't emphasize enough that anything is better than nothing. So you see somebody in the restaurant, in your church, in business, wherever it is, and they are unresponsive. At that point, somebody has to do something. This is when it becomes intimidating and scary because nobody wants to be the first one to walk over to the gentleman laying down and be the one to shake him and say, "Are you okay?" Right? That can be scary because what if there's nothing wrong? Oh, wow.
Whoa.
We got scared there. So this is where it becomes intimidating. So, if you, and it could be any reason. I'm a diabetic, so my sugar could be low. I could be home. I could be a user, and I have just injected heroin or whatever it may be. Or I may just be having a really bad day and my heart attack hit me right now, and I'm not responding. Now, it's incredibly rare that they're already on a table, nice and flat and shirtless. All right, that's not going to happen. So, not to make, but so generally speaking, right, somebody would be in a chair, maybe home in bed, couch, someplace, and so you may have to move them. They may be slumped over. So what we're talking about here is if you shake and shout, "Hey, are you okay? Jessica, are you all right?" And nothing happens. And generally, you may know these people or you may not. But what's the usual response, right? Somebody should respond. If I give you a good shake and I'm looking at you, "Hey, what's going on?" And there's no response, or no purposeful response, right? So you know, there's several things that have been taught for years, and you may have learned to, you know, look, listen, and feel to check for breathing. We do want you, you know, while you're doing this, look for breathing. Does it look like their chest is rising or falling? Are they doing anything? And if the answer is no, you know, it's easier on light-skinned folks, right? You can tell, am I blue? Am I really pale? You know, on African-American or darker-skinned folks, sometimes it's harder to tell. But does it look like the color has gone from your body, which is indicative that the blood's not flowing, right? We all know what that looks like. And so we established that they don't look so good, right? You know, hey, are you okay? Nothing happens. The next step that we want you to take is very simple. You know, you're going to take your hands right between the nipples, and you can start CPR, right? You want to push about 2 inches deep, and then let it come back up. Now, one of two things is going to happen. If they did not need that CPR, that pain response, if they wake up and tell you to stop, then stop, because they did not need CPR, okay? You've probably all heard of a sternum rub or some other pain response. This will hurt. So if they don't wake up and tell you to stop or, you know, and there is a meaningful response, then they need the CPR. And it's at that point, while you're telling somebody to activate 911, that this is a real emergency. Does that make sense? And we'll get into that a little bit, but very simply there, 911 is the first part. So you've recognized there's a problem, you're getting somebody to call 911. Obviously, if you're by yourself and you can't, you know, you can't break away from this person. Our phones have speakerphone. Generally speaking, we all have a phone now. This is pretty rare. A couple things that you may want to know. I like to walk around. Sorry, being tied to the desk is tough. But if you have landlines or know people that have landlines in their home, even if they're not activated, you can call 911 if it's plugged in. Cell phones that are not activated can still call 911 even if they don't have service. Right? So the technology is out there. So if folks have access to a phone, generally they can activate 911 from that phone whether or not they pay for service on the phone. Okay? That's helpful to know, right? There's a lot of folks that may have a landline that's not hooked up. I have one at my house just for the sole purpose of calling 911 on it. And that was for my kids. When they were smaller, I wanted them to have a sensor and use it if they have to.
Question.
Yes, sir.
So,
What if it's a new construction? Is that wire hot? So, because you have to have.
Yeah, so I don't know the code, but all the homes have phone lines
Capable.
going to them, and they'll be run unless there's some custom construction that I'm not familiar with.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, if it has a phone jack, then you'll be able to call out. It should be connected to the box.
Thank you. That's
Um,
the next thing.
and
Yo.
when you mentioned, location, I've made some notes here that I'm out. Most of us are out in the county, and
Right.
the times that I did call 911, like I said, the first thing I knew was they were going to ask me the location. So sometimes I can't say, well, I'm at 4580 County Home Road. I will say there was an incident where I was near the senior center on County Home Road,
Right.
or I'm down here at Clay Root by the Haddock's store, Haddock's Grill. It's just something general because things are going fast. And,
That's right.
And so I just think of a landmark.
And it's tough. So if you don't know, if you don't have the exact numerical address, that's not the end of the world.
Right.
So don't delay to try to find that. Right.
Exactly.
So the way when you call in, I'm not the 911 guy, so I don't know about all the technology. But essentially, the longer that you stay on the phone, when smartphones now, the way the GPS transmits during a 911 call is different. Used to, the early ones would triangulate between several towers, and they would look and they could ping the phone between the towers to figure out where it was. It transmits a signal to it now, so they have your location, but the longer you stay on the phone, the coordinates get more accurate. And so usually by the time that call is processed, they're going to have a pretty good idea. And so if you know I'm near an intersection, intersections are great because those are define points on a map. We can work from that, right? If you don't know what number on the road it is, that's not the end of the world. Yeah.
Because the times I have done that, I could hear the sirens, you know,
That's
as I'm
right.
talking and stuff.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so I actually took the video out. I wanted to shorten this discussion up just a little bit because we got a lot to talk about. But as you're calling 911, there's actually two people. So if my friend Brian and I are the dispatchers, there's generally 5 people in the room. But if I answer the phone and say, "What's your emergency?" and you're telling me what's going on, while I'm on the phone with you, simultaneously, as soon as he knows where you are and what the problem is, he's ringing out the ambulance or fire truck or whatever it is that you need. He's doing that, so there's no delay in processing the call. All right, so the resource management is being sent at the same time, and that's countywide in our area, right? So we dispatch Greenville Fire and Rescue and the county, all of the county fire and EMS. So it's the same functionality both ways. So has everybody here heard of hands-only CPR? Maybe? All right, so that's what we're talking about tonight. We're talking about hands-only CPR. It's about as simple as we can get. And the reason for that is I'm not going to put my mouth on anybody that's not my immediate family or somebody I really trust. I respect all of you here, but I'm not putting my mouth on any of you. Okay? And that's important because I don't expect that back from you. All right, and there's science behind that. It's not just it's 2023 and there may be germs. Okay, what we figured out is in a sudden cardiac arrest, right? So I'm standing here in front of you. There's oxygen moving through my body. I'm breathing. My lungs are working. My heart is moving the blood around, right? So if I suddenly fall over from a cardiac arrest, my heart stops. That oxygen doesn't just diffuse out of my body. It's still in there. So all the little cells in my blood are still holding that oxygen. It just can't move. Okay? So by you putting your hands on my chest and functioning as my heart, CPR, you're moving that oxygen around. And so what we also know is the heart is like a pump. Any mechanical folks here, you know what a pump does, you know, right? A pump gets water or whatever the product is in here in this little chamber, it pumps so it pushes it out, right? That's all the heart is, a little 2-stage pump. The blood comes in, it sits here, it squeezes it out. It's a big loop, okay? Those two things are important, right? Because if we don't move that blood, these organs, kidneys, liver, brain, they don't get any oxygen. They don't get any blood. So then what happens? They start to die. Okay? So, you know, every minute without CPR is about a 10% decrease in the chance of survivability. When we talk about survivability, we're talking about not just hearts, we're talking about brains and bodies. Okay? So survivability to us, we can get a pulse back on people that are dead pretty well. You know, it's a coin flip. If you've been down for a long time, we're good at that. We can make your heart beat again. But where it's really difficult is to get these things to where people have a meaningful life. And so that's why those are the survivors, okay? People that are able to go back into the community, have a meaningful life, career, whatever. And so that's why it's important. So we don't need you to breathe in their mouth, do mouth to mouth anymore for CPR events because we don't want you to stop. Because if you think about that pump example, right? So if I'm laid out on the floor, the pump drains out, right? The blood kind of pools out. There's nothing to keep it in there. So the first several compressions, about the first 45 seconds or a minute of compressions, you're filling my heart back up, and now you're sending the blood out. So if you stop, every time you stop, now you see what I mean? So by the time that you get going again, you're sort of defeated. And so we talk about, we like there to be a rhythm, right? This is a dance. This is a dance. So about 100 beats a minute. You know, I have the rhythm of 2 left feet. But everybody's heard of the Bee Gees and Staying Alive. That's like the most popular song to keep in your head if you were going to try to do 100 beats a minute. I put some other songs in there just because I thought it was funny. you know, Otis Redding, that's a great song, Sitting on the Dock of the
Give us
Bay.
an example of Otis.
I can't. Man, I don't know. I speak Southern, so I can't. You don't. It's going to be out of tune and out of whack. Give me a couple of cold drinks.
I was waiting on the lyrics of Missy Elliott. That's what I was waiting on.
I don't know that one.
Or Drake.
Cindy Lauper.
I know a little, yeah, so, yeah, that's gonna be tough. But it's just something else to think about. Some, you know, for the Star Wars people that are out there, the Imperial March is is roughly 100 beats a minute. So there's some folks that like that. AEDs, these are coming in vogue. There's one in the hallway right outside this room. This is a training device, but essentially these are, has everybody seen one before? This sort of looks like one. There's pads. You place the pads as an electrical device to basically provide an electrical shock to the heart. Okay, so when you have a sudden cardiac arrest, most of the time, well, a lot of the time, they don't just go into a flat line, you know, an asystole or rhythm, right? So there will be some activity in the heart, and it's just sitting there kind of quivering, because if there's a clot or something in there, right, it wants to work. It really, it's sitting there. It's kind of like the battery on your car when it's January and you hadn't really tested it in a while, right? It wants to work, but it's not quite there. Okay, it's similar kind of thing. So the AED, we're placing AED, and generally speaking, this is just to try to get the heart back in rhythm. So it's going to provide a little jolt. So if you're not by yourself and we're in a public place, if there is an AED and you know about it, then you can send someone to get it. Yeah, Jessica, you're in this building. There's an AED right outside the door and says AED in a white box. There's one on the first floor right down from your office as well, right? So you can provide some of the same services that EMS will provide ahead of time. The other thing about most of the ones, these green Zoll machines like you see in the picture there, they use the same pads that the paramedics are using. So it's plug and play. So when the paramedics somewhere in Pitt County, Greenville, or in the county, when they show up, if you've been able to place one, if you're fortunate enough, then they can just unplug yours and plug our monitors in. And so there's less extra steps, right? Obviously more efficiency. So one shameless little plug though, I just try to tell people, have situational awareness when you go places. When you go to a restaurant, to church, wherever you go in public, for so many reasons, right? Situational awareness is important. Know where the exits are to any building you walk in, please, okay? Find the exit signs, because how many of you, when you walk in a building, generally, if you had to leave real quick, you're gonna turn around and go out the front door where you came in. That's the first reaction, but that's what everybody else is gonna also do. So make sure, just look around, be aware of your surroundings. It may save your life one day. It may also help you find out where the fire alarm is, where the AED is, and then what else you need to know. You may learn something, where the bathrooms are. All kinds of useful information is out there if we just look around and see what's going on. So this is also a plug. Pitt County was the first agency in North Carolina to implement the Pulse Point app. This is a nationwide CPR notification app. I encourage you to download it. Basically what this does is very simple. Somebody calls in and says there's a cardiac arrest in a public place. This alerts everybody that has this app that's in the public place to help encourage bystander CPR. There's a few things that it won't alert for private residences, so there's not going to be people showing up at your house that are not fire, EMS, or law enforcement. But let's say I'm here in this building and I fall over right now, that everybody that has that app would be alerted that there's CPR needed nearby, and it'll have a pin on the map of where I am. And it's really only useful, right, for folks that are in walking distance to be able to go and help. But it may help encourage, or you may be able to encourage somebody to put hands on a chest faster. One of the other useful effects that it's sort of a scanner app, so it displays all of our active fire EMS calls in the county is on the map, so you can kind of see what's going on if you're curious. It also displays locations of AEDs. So we'll pause for demonstration right quick, but I would just ask you, do you think before or after this, this is usually the last slide of this presentation, but I added some stuff into it to talk about Narcan and stuff. So I want you to have the tools that you think you need to save a life. This is very simple, and the most likely scenario that you'll encounter is one of your loved ones is in need of your help. And since this is a small group, this is an intimate group, imparting your wisdom on this. This takes 5 minutes or less to train somebody on how to do CPR. Really, like I said, we recognize that there's an issue. They're not acting right. Something is wrong. Are you okay? Are you okay? Right? There's no movement. I don't see their chest moving. They don't have any color. If you desire, you can put your ear down by the mouth or the nose to see if you feel any air coming out. Okay? It's not always a perfect thing, but again, take the palm of your hand and this you can stay. I put some mannequins up there. I've got a couple more if everybody wants one or if you want to share. But essentially, you're going to take the palm of your hand. There's an extra one right here. And like I said, these guys, they're not usually on the table in front of us. So take the palm of your hand, and you can either lay your other hand on top of it and lock your fingers, or you can make a fist and put your hand on top of it. Whatever feels most comfortable for you. Right? And it doesn't matter which hand goes down. If whatever feels most comfortable, right? Some people, the way your bones are, it feels weird putting your fingers locked together like that. So if you want to make a fist and then put your hand on top of it, the reason for two hands is leverage. You'll get more leverage, right? So you're going to want to be more or less over the top. Right between the nipples is the easiest thing, okay? We used to say look for the bottom of the xiphoid process, but you don't have to do that. Just right between the nipples. If somebody's anatomy is a little strange, I'm sorry I keep starting to stop them, but if the anatomy is a little strange, just go right on the center of the chest, okay? All right, so right in the middle, and then you push straight down about 2 inches or as hard as you can, and then let off. And you're going to want to do that 100 times a minute, right? As much as you can. And yes, this is an aerobic activity if you're doing it the right way. So that is, in a nutshell, how you do CPR.
You got some lights up here.
Oh, he's electric. That means you do it. So these are fancy. Mine doesn't have that, but they may be telling you that you're doing it right or wrong. So one of the reasons why I was telling you something is better than nothing is because doing this 100 times a minute for more than 1 or 2 minutes is hard. Right? Something's better than nothing. If all you can come up with is pushing it halfway down, better than nothing. Right? You are trying. Okay? Also, I recognize that people aren't going to be laying on the table. It doesn't happen. We have to have them we want them on a flat surface that's hard. Okay? So if they're on the bed, we come across this a lot, right? Somebody is on the bed. I can't physically move them by myself, right? Because people that are not responding can't help me move. They have no muscle action. So those kind of things are really hard to move, even if they don't weigh a lot, right? So if all you can do is doing it on the bed, that's better than nothing. You see where I'm driving with this, right? Mm-hmm. So some intervention, the paramedics are not going to fuss at you because you couldn't move. It's scary. It's stressful. There's a lot going on, right? This is somebody, if it's at home or even in a public place, it's probably worse. Because how many folks are going to be standing there with a phone filming instead of, oh, crap, oh, there's a problem. That's not good. Somebody should do something, right? And so for every one of you, and even me, we have to be the one that says, you know what, somebody needs to do something. That somebody is me. And once you get past that point, then it becomes very simple.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Is there a question of when to do CPR and when not to?
What is there?
Well, here's the deal. So this happened for me 2 years ago.
Okay.
And a colleague came out of a meeting and I was waiting somewhere. and he had his hand right here,
Mhm.
and he was red. And I was like, hey, are you okay? And he's like, I don't know, my chest feels tight. And he left where I was, and I could watch his reflection in glass in this building that I was in at work. And he stopped and squatted down and put his forearms on his knees and just stood there. And so I went out to check on him again, and he couldn't talk. And luckily another colleague was sitting but facing the other way, so he didn't see any of this. And I called him to come help me get the guy to sit in a chair.
Right.
And he couldn't respond, and he was red. And so we moved him into a room that was more air conditioned. And we sort of helped him, but when we got into the room, he sort of was stiff. And we sat him in a chair. And I braced him because I was worried about him falling, right? And we called 911, they came, and it seemed like it was forever. And we didn't do CPR.
Well,
Here's the deal.
Yep.
Turned out he made it to 49 years of his life with a defect in a valve somewhere in there. And if we had done CPR, it would have killed him.
Right.
So how do you know when to do it and when not to?
Well, so if he's conscious and he still had muscle turgor, right? So if you had done CPR, he would have told you to stop. You know, he would have had enough about him, because at the point, if he had been unresponsive and then not had any motion or any muscle action or breathing, right? So once
There was breathing. Okay.
once his heart stopped, at that point it wouldn't matter if he had a defect or not.
Yeah, it was.
That's sort of the same outcome, right? So generally, if somebody, the signs are there, so they're obviously in distress. I mean, these are severe cases. The very blue or their color, just where there's no air moving at all. So
that's when to do it.
yes. But in that case, so if he's able to squat or sit and is not falling over or slumping over without you holding him up, at that point they need to be on the ground doing something different. If he can still sit in the chair, he doesn't need that. So that's a good question. That's a great question.
He made it.
That's fantastic. That's even better. So the AEDs, when you see an AED, and there's a few of them up there with you, what you really need to know on this, these are very simple devices. There's pictures. All of the pads and the devices, when you open them, they have pictures, and it tells you where it wants them to go. Okay? So they're very straightforward. When you turn the devices on, they will give step-by-step voice instructions as well. Okay? So that's not as important as us doing some of the CPR. But the last photo I have there is looking out the exit row. Everybody's ever been on an airplane, what's the first question they ask people sitting in an exit row? Are you willing and able to help in the event of an emergency? What's the first question out of everybody's mouth, regardless of whether they can or can't? Absolutely. Because I got an extra 10 inches of leg room sitting in the exit aisle. I am not moving.
Yes, sir.
And that's okay. If you know that ahead of time, you know that about yourself, right? I don't know that I'm probably willing, if somebody tells me I have to do something, I can do it. But that's not why I picked the exit row. I picked the exit row when they gave me choice of a seat because it was an extra leg room. So CPR, first responder stuff, this is the same type of thing. Ask yourself ahead of time, what are you capable of? Are you okay? Can you get to that point? And if you can't, if you just physically can't, that's okay. Because there's a lot of people that can't. But just think, if that's you or one of your loved ones, how do I get myself past that point to be able to intervene when something happens? And once you get to that point, it's easy. And if it's if we need to do more training or education or just talk about it, chat about it, we can do that. Providing if you want more people that to come in the room, then we can do all of those things. So just be comfortable with it. We'll change gears a little bit. Talk about Narcan. Has everybody here heard of naloxone, Narcan? It's a buzzword across the world right now. I'm going to try really hard not to read all of these slides to you. Okay, I will respect the fact I think that you can get there. But Narcan is a trade name for naloxone. It's a drug that's been around for decades. Medication, excuse me. It's been around for a long time. EMS has had access to this for forever. Okay. Following an opiate overdose doesn't work for anything other than opioids. All right. Cocaine, crack, marijuana. Blood pressure medicine, it doesn't work for any of that stuff. It only works for opioids. Doesn't matter what kind of opioids, heroin and fentanyl. We keep hearing about fentanyl and all of its derivatives. I would tell you fentanyl is an excellent medication in the medical community for pain treatment. It works really well. We dose it really well. It's a short-acting thing. Obviously, we're not using it illicitly. It's also very dangerous when all of these other illicit drugs are cut with it. It's easy to make, it's fairly cheap, and there's a lot of different derivatives of it. It's highly concentrated. So guess what? For the folks that are making and selling drugs, I can use fentanyl. It makes all of these things more effective, and it's cheaper. So I sell more product to more people, because those folks aren't worried about who lives and who doesn't, right? But I would also say that most of those people don't want their clientele to pass away from their drugs, because why? That's not good sales. So anyway, it's a bad thing. It gets a bad rap, but it is also a useful medication. Keep that in mind. Narcan has been used by EMS for a long time. We can put it in your arm like a muscular injection, arm or leg. It goes in an IV, also intranasal. All of the public access Narcan that you see in the vending machines at the jail or the courthouse, public health and all the stuff, those are all intranasal. Believe it or not, our noses are really vascular things. If you've ever been hit in the nose by something, had a nosebleed, it's a really vascular place. It's a great place for medication. Okay. North Carolina legislation the last few years, you are definitely covered from liability point. It's sort of like Good Samaritan law. If you administer Narcan to somebody, you cannot hurt them with it. They also have access to it publicly. So there's legislation that covers you for that. GS 90-12-7. So you cannot hurt them with the Narcan. If you give it to them and they didn't need it, this is kind of like, it won't hurt them. So, very simply, this kind of goes back to the other point we we're talking about. If somebody is awake and coherent, they do not need Narcan. They do not need CPR, right? If they are awake and they have taken too much medicine and you know it, they don't need Narcan, okay? If they are breathing fairly normally, all right, even if they're not acting just right, they don't need the Narcan, okay? If you look at the chart there, there's a little bit of difference between somebody that is certainly under the influence of a high dose of medication or drug versus they have had an overdose, okay? The goal behind a lot of these, obviously I'm not telling you anything, the goal behind using the drugs is to achieve a desired effect, whether that's medication or illegal drug use. I'm trying to achieve a desired effect. Whether it's pills, right? I want the pain to go away, whether I'm using it appropriately or not, doesn't matter. I want that effect. So I'm not trying to overdose. Does that make sense? Okay. So some of those signs right there on the left hand, the bullet points, those are also similar things that would help lead you to wanting to do CPR on somebody. Okay, so basically the breathing is very slow, the color is not right. Key here is that they're still breathing. Okay. So for an overdose, we know they've taken something, but they're still breathing. All right, so the reason that's important is because at that point you can still administer the Narcan and it will have an effect. Their heart is still beating. They have to have a pulse. Does that make sense? So when you put the Narcan in their nose to try to reverse the overdose, the blood has to still be moving, okay? So if for any reason their heart is stopped, they've been not breathing, you say it's that someone has a heroin overdose, and you may know someone who's experienced this. So their heart is stopped, you can put all the medicine that you want into their nose and it will never go anywhere because there's nothing working to absorb it. All right. So that's when we would just need to recognize that their heart is not beating, I need to do CPR. And this is sort of where I was driving with if you do CPR and you don't see any movement, they need the CPR. If someone is just overdosed or their sugar is really low and you pump on their chest once or twice, if there's some muscle movement, some purposeful movement, then their heart is probably still beating, right? But if they don't do anything, then they need your intervention more than the Narcan. Okay, so Narcan doesn't have any effect. We could all put it in our nose right now and it won't do anything to us. If we took a really lot of it, we could have some diarrhea or something. I mean, if we just took a lot of this stuff, but 1 or 2 doses on people that don't need it, or 3 or 4 doses, it will have no effect. Okay, it's just like we are right now. Again, different kinds of overdoses, it doesn't work. Okay, so if someone has cocaine. Now I did some Narcan training with the Aden Police Department this morning, and I heard something I never heard before. So they had 3 cases last week in the same residence where some gentlemen had taken cocaine that was laced with fentanyl. And this really confused me. Okay, so cocaine is a medication that goes, or is a drug that goes this direction, right? Generally opioids are like sedatives. They make you calm, right? And they drop you down. So to put fentanyl in the cocaine, that was new for me. So the officers, when they experienced it, they administered Narcan to all 3 of these people. And obviously they came back too and were very agitated. So then they found out later that they had been using cocaine. It was laced with fentanyl. And so the fentanyl derivatives are being put in a lot of different things right now. So if you believe that it's just cocaine, the Narcan won't work. But if it has fentanyl or an opioid in it, it will work for that. Okay. If they're blue and they're not breathing and they're in cardiac arrest, they don't need Narcan. They need CPR. You got to do it. Don't forget 911 calls. Tell your friend as you do this, the 911 call has to be made. Okay, that's the first part. You can't overdose from the Narcan. The gentleman in that picture there in the red sweater, I don't recall his name, but he was one of our survivors. He was actually recognized at a Christmas party at the Winterville Fire Department a couple of years ago. He had a sudden cardiac arrest. I think lived over in the Windsor community. Had bystander CPR, his wife and a neighbor were doing CPR on him. They got him on the floor. The young lady there, she's one of my paramedics at Pitt County EMS now. At the time, she was a dispatcher, and she was the one that took the call from the wife, and so she was able to meet him as a survivor. And it's really great, right? That's the purpose of why we all do this. We want to see everybody go home.
Rufus Walston.
Oh, yeah, there you go. All right. Well, thank you for sharing that. And as far as I know, he's doing well, right? I mean,
Passed away.
oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yeah.
But that was probably 4 or 5 years ago. But we want to do the right thing. I think that I oversimplify the CPR part of it a little bit, but it is straightforward. You can teach the young ones about it. We can get people involved. Would love to, our church groups, easy targets for captive audiences to help people understand the importance of doing things. So, all right, well, if there's not any other questions on that, I'm going to have my friend Brian come up and talk about Stop the Bleed.
Very good.
Does a good job.
All right, thank you guys so much for allowing me to come out and be able to talk to you guys. Jim, thanks for inviting me to present with you. My name is Brian Lake. I'm the Trauma Outreach Coordinator for the Trauma Center here in Greenville. So my job is I get to go out outside of the office and teach a lot of stop to bleed classes. We do a lot of performance improvement. We do a lot of different stuff from a trauma perspective. So I'm going to kind of quickly go through this stop the bleed PowerPoint, and we'll talk about uncontrolled hemorrhage, how we're going to control that, and we'll talk about some scenarios, and we'll actually break out some tourniquets here in just a few minutes and pass those around and let you guys actually apply those to your legs and or your partner's arm next to you, just to kind of get an idea of how that works, okay? So what do you guys think is the leading cause of death in the trauma world?
Bleeding out.
We do see a lot of those, but what do those cause? A lot of bleeding, exactly. So uncontrolled hemorrhage, that's the leading cause of death in the trauma world. And what's the most preventable cause of death? Uncontrolled hemorrhage, right? Right. This is an easy class. This is so easy. You won't even miss it. I promise you. So yeah, it's the most preventable cause of death. So, and we teach CPR. Jim mentioned airway, breathing, circulation. We all know the ABCs of helping people. On the trauma side, we kind of throw circulation in front of airway. So it's circulation and airway, breathing, circulation. Because we know that if a patient comes in not breathing, but also had severe injuries with uncontrolled hemorrhage, we have to treat that hemorrhage first. Because to Jim's point, if there's no blood in the body, nothing else is going to work. So we have to jump on that quite rapidly. All right. So with this class, this was started years ago. It was after the Sandy Hook school shooting. So a lot of people got together and understood that we really need to present some type of education to the layperson, folks that don't have a background in first aid, first response, because it's those folks at the schools, et cetera, that are going to be right there, and they're going to need to act fast. Now, quite realistically, you're going to be more apt to use this training, this equipment, when you drive home. You may come up on the scene of a car accident or a motorcycle accident or something like that. So lots of documented stories as far as that goes. People have actually credited Stop the Bleed class. And on the same lines, as I mentioned with talking about schools, etc., our Children's Miracle Network, just FYI, has given us grant money every year to purchase Stop the Bleed kits for the goal is to outfit every single school in our 29 county catchment area. So Pitt County is one, so we do have 2 full Stop the Bleed kit bags in each school. So that's a total of 16 Stop the Bleed kits, personal Stop the Bleed kits at every school. So we just have a few counties left. So a lot of good work going on there, just FYI. So really the purpose of this program, what is uncontrolled hemorrhage and what are we going to do if we're faced with a patient that's injured in a way that we're going to have to render aid to them, okay? Now the one thing is there's a few little gory pictures that pop up. So anybody have a weak stomach, doesn't like blood? We're going to test you out here in a minute, okay? I'll try to warn you. I'll try to remind you that, hey, there's a picture coming up, okay? But I do fail at that about 99.9% of the time, okay? I did a class this morning. Only 2 people passed out, so we'll just kind of shove you out there in the hallway and we'll fan you. It'll be okay. But no, it's not that bad. Some people don't, they say, well, you need to cut those pictures out. And I say, well, I need to warn people they're going to be there, but we don't know what kind of situation we're ever going to really find ourselves in. So certain things we can't control. So if we can handle this on the screen, you'll be amazed at what you can handle even if you don't like blood in a situation, all right? So again, home injuries, bombings, motor vehicle crashes, goes on and on and on. Well, I kind of touched on that already. So this is training that we really hope that you guys never have to use, okay? We recommend getting tourniquets, but hopefully you never have to use them, all right? All right, so we already talked about the ABCs. This one's a little bit different. Make sure, again, somebody is alerting 911. You have to find the bleeding, and what's the first thing that you really want to do to stop the bleed? If you don't have a tourniquet, you don't know what to do, what's the first thing that you want to do?
Pressure.
Direct pressure, exactly. We've been taught that a lot. Direct pressure, elevate if you can do that, etc. So lots of different variables involved, a lot of different scenarios, a lot of different ways to treat things. So we'll touch on that rapidly. But every situation we encounter is going to be different. There's really no one answer fits all situations type of thing. Okay. Again, tourniquet use, and we'll talk about wound packing as well. Okay. Oops. See, I did fail to to warn you of a picture that's popping up here, okay? So picture on the left, that is, it's a pig that they use for training. So they did a cut down on the pig's groin and nicked the pig's femoral artery. So when you see pulsatile bleeding with a lot of force, do you think that's from an artery or a vein? I think I just gave you the answer to that. But yeah, that is arterial. So if you see that arterial pulsatile bleeding from somebody that you're trying to help, you don't have a whole lot of time. So considering worst case scenario, if I'm in a severe motor vehicle crash, I have lots of lacerations, I have open fractures, and multiple arteries are injured, how long do you think, worst case scenario, that it could take for me to lose all my blood supply and my heart stop and go unconscious? How much time do you think?
25 minutes?
How many?
About 25 minutes?
Even less.
5 minutes?
About 3 to 5 minutes is worst case scenario. Okay. Now, more realistically, you're going to be in that range. If I only have 3 to 5 minutes right after injury, well, chances of really survival are very slim to none. But it is possible if you're right there, have the right equipment, and act very fast. Okay. These tourniquets, you can, if you get comfortable with them, you can put them on a patient in less than 30 seconds. Okay, and save their life. Wound on the right, that's probably a motorcycle crash more than likely, agricultural injury. Now, we talk about direct pressure. Please be mindful with your safety and understand that, number one, we all don't carry gloves everywhere we go, right? So, again, we need to think of things like that. And you don't necessarily want to, again, use your bare hands or even gloved hands to put over a wound such as that with bone fragments, etc. Okay? I know that's a little gory, but it is realistic, so we have to think about that.
Question.
Yes, sir.
I guess it doesn't matter whether it's clean or not either. You just need to apply it.
That is a very good point. That is correct. Working at the hospital, we're used to everything aseptic technique. Everything has to be sterile. We have to be really careful. We don't want to give a patient an infection. But in this type of scenario, it doesn't matter. We tell folks if you have to pack a wound, if you have to use something to put between you and that wound to use direct pressure, doesn't matter if it's a white towel that has now turned a different color. It doesn't matter. So if we pack a wound with something dirty, and if they were to contract some type of bacterial infection, we'll give them antibiotics at the trauma center and survival rate will be just fine. Every trauma patient with any type of injury like this is going to get antibiotics anyway. All right, so that's a great question. So yeah, tourniquet use on that right picture. If I'm injured in my neck, armpits, or groin, tourniquet's obviously not going to work. So we're going to have to find something to pack that with, and we'll discuss that here in just a second. Obviously, extremities, you can only use tourniquets on your arms or legs, okay? And we'll discuss that a little bit further too. Now that picture on the right, I don't know. I'm sure you guys would not be sitting there taking a photo. Hopefully you would be jumping in there and putting a tourniquet on that patient. Right? So that's an interesting picture there.
Definitely a tourniquet.
Yeah, definitely a tourniquet because, again, blood loss is rapid. And this is obviously in the hospital more than likely, so you can imagine how much blood this patient has potentially lost prior to hospital arrival. So we have to kind of factor that in. At least that's important for us at the trauma center. Okay, and that should be the end of the gory picture. So
And just a
nobody
quick
passed that.
question on that
Yes, sir.
foot that was separated.
Yeah.
Is there a possibility of that foot being saved, that on that one, something like that, or is this most likely?
That is possible. Now, jagged injuries like that, etc. I mean, probably not.
Right.
That patient would probably lose that foot more than likely. These days, anything's possible.
Right.
But,
I didn't know if technology was there that that was a hop.
yeah. Chances that would probably be, they would potentially try to salvage that, but more than likely they would end up having to amputate that.
Right. Gotcha.
But that's a great question. But treat every patient, regardless of the injury, as if you were going to save every part of them,
Gotcha.
and kind of roll with it that way. All right, so we do see a lot of these wounds, as you mentioned over there, gunshot wounds in the trauma center. So a lot of penetrating trauma in the chest, in the abdomen, in the back. So obviously you can't use a tourniquet there. Chances are you're probably not going to be able to pack that wound. All right, so we just need to get them to the trauma center, call 911 as you mentioned, and get them over to us ASAP. All right. There are rare occasions where I might have a hunting accident, and if I'm accidentally shot in the chest and you find me laying on the ground, a bullet hole in my chest or more, and there's no blood coming from my chest, but if you see a lot of blood pooling around my body, where do you think that blood could be coming from?
Your back?
Possibly from my back. So exit wound.
Exit.
So you're gonna have to roll me over and make sure there's not an exit wound that you can actually treat. So I have seen exit wounds that you could actually pack and then try to apply enough pressure to stop the bleed. Okay. So these things do happen from time to time. So again, direct pressure, it's going to take a lot of pressure. It's going to take more than you realize. So you kind of get into that CPR position, but you're really going to have to put a lot of pressure on that, and you can't let go, all right? Only when you're exhausted, just like CPR, if you're doing it by yourself, you just can't stop until you just can no longer do it, all right? So much more pressure than you think. You don't want to peak. We all kind of want to peak sometimes, like, oh, it looks okay. Let me take a little quick peek, and then things are going to get going, and you may not get it to stop. All right, so these are just a few pictures of somebody actually taking their shirt off of their back and balling it up and kind of using it as a barrier between their hands and the wound, okay? Picture of a properly applied tourniquet here. So I don't know what the mechanism here was, but there's a big artery that runs through your arm there called the brachial artery, and I'm sure that was compromised to some degree. I'm sure there was a lot of blood coming out of that, but as you notice, it's about 2 to 3 inches above the wound roughly, so that's the rule of thumb. And this sounds silly, but we do have to think of it in the sense that that tourniquet has to go between the heart and that wound. Okay, so right in the middle. We get nervous, and we had a patient that came in about a year ago that had a wound that was right in the armpit, the axilla area, but they had the tourniquet down on the bicep. So that's part of my job. I get to go out and kind of teach these folks, hey, this is how you actually properly apply a tourniquet. But again, anxiety sets in for all of us regardless of how much experience and training that we have, and things kind of do happen. But just kind of think about that. And if you see somebody applying it inappropriately, never be afraid to speak up, because we're the patient advocates, so we need to tell them how to do that correctly. So again, mentioned 2 to 3 inches above the wound. From a military perspective, from a tactical training standpoint, they always teach, well, you just put a tourniquet on high and tight regardless of where that injury is. That's going to work. Saved a lot of military men and women for sure. But research shows in a more controlled environment, that's probably not the right way to say it, but it works a little bit better if you can get a little bit closer to the wound. Okay. So how tight do you think you're going to need to get this tourniquet? When do you know when to stop?
When the bleeding stops.
Exactly. That's perfectly stated right there. So you crank it and crank it. Once it stops, you're good to go. So theoretically, if you put it on my arm, and you should not be able to feel a pulse at all. So you're going to occlude all arterial and venous blood flow. So that's got to be that tight. And you guys think that's going to hurt?
Yes.
Yes, it's definitely going to hurt. If I'm awake and conscious and you start cranking down that tourniquet, it's going to hurt. And I'm going to probably try to talk you out of it. Oh, stop, what are you doing? But just keep going, and always talk to your patient too. Let them know what you're doing the whole time, and I'm getting ready to do this. This is why I'm doing it, and that helps a lot as well. Kind of explains, and they'll be a little bit more compliant potentially. Okay, but again, every situation is a little bit different. Lots of different tourniquets out there in the market. The one that you're getting ready to train on here in just a second is called a CAT tourniquet. Stands for Combat Application Tourniquet. Excuse me. Derived from the military, obviously. Lots of different ones on the market. I do suggest that everybody get a tourniquet. So a lot more people are purchasing these. You can get them on Amazon. They're not really cheap. They're about 25 or 30 bucks a piece, I'm assuming. There's others on the market that work really well, but this is tried and true, and we do kind of recommend these from an ease of use standpoint for the most part. But be careful of knockoffs. If you go on Amazon, you can type in CAT tourniquet, and if you guys like colors and camouflage and all these cool things, you're going to find these neat ones on there, but they're knockoffs. So if they're $7 and they look really cool, don't get them. So if you have to use it on me, they may last for a few minutes, but they're likely not going to hold up under the pressure that it's going to require for long periods of time. All right, so I'll go over the anatomy of the tourniquet here in a second. I mean, theoretically, you can put this on yourself. You can really apply it to your own arm or leg, which is what you're going to do here in just a minute. Okay, and I'll kind of go through these. And I'll wait to demonstrate here at the end of this PowerPoint. If you have more than one tourniquet, you can use two, okay? A lot of people ask, well, what do I do? Do I use the tourniquet first? Do I use direct pressure? Do I pack the wound? Well, I mean, what do I do? Every situation is different, okay? You may have a patient with multiple wounds. But if I have to treat somebody that has a severe hemorrhage on the arm or the leg and I have a tourniquet, I'm going to go straight to the tourniquet. Grab that thing, open it up, and put it on very, very fast, okay? If that one tourniquet doesn't work, as this picture shows, Go ahead and use a second tourniquet if you have one, right above it. Crank it down. The situation still may not work, and you may have to use direct pressure. You may have to pack it. You may have to do all those things. But first thing, use a tourniquet if you have it, and then do whatever you think that you need to do to stop or slow down the bleeding. Okay. So how long do you think a tourniquet can be on until you have to start really worrying about neuromuscular damage and things of that nature? So at the end of the day, y'all don't have to worry about that, okay? So yeah, this says 2 hours. We've had patients on, patients in the trauma center that have had tourniquets on for 4 hours or more. So take them to surgery and they're fine. So again, not for y'all to worry about it. You said it, you forget it. Thank God the trauma center is here in Pitt County, and we're good to go there. All right. We talked about the tourniquet pain. So common mistakes, we could guess these. Number one really is kind of waiting too long to use the tourniquet, not applying it correctly, not applying it tight enough, or just not using it at all. And then sometimes, again, we want to loosen these things up. That's kind of a natural thing. Hey, let's just see if everything's okay. They used to teach it years ago that if you put a tourniquet on every 30 minutes, you loosen it, but let the blood flow so you can save the limb. But they obviously found out what? You loosen it, the hemorrhage will restart, and sometimes you don't get it to stop after that. So set it and forget it. From a packing standpoint, this probably grosses people out a little bit more than the tourniquet piece. But if I have a big wound on my abdomen and it's bleeding a lot, you're going to have to put something in there until we get EMS or get them to the trauma center. All right, and that could be anything, kind of like you mentioned. It could be a clean towel, dirty towel, socks, whatever it may be. As long as it's absorbent, just no paper products. A lot of people ask, can I use it? I just got a whole roll of paper towels. Can we put that in there? Paper towels are going to work for just a few minutes, and then they're going to soak up that blood rapidly and just dissolve. And it's not going to work at all. All right. So you can buy you can buy stop the bleed kits that have everything in it. And there's also this fancy gauze if you guys want to spend an extra $45 or $50. It's called Quick Clot. And EMS uses that, trauma center, surgery, etc. But it's impregnated with a substance that when you put it in a wound, it causes the blood to clot right away, and it does a great job. We recommend if you're going to build your own kit, the kits that we built to hand out to all the schools, they do not have the Quick Clot in it because they do expire and they're quite costly. So compressed gauze, direct pressure, it's going to do just fine until Jim and his team show up with some Quick Clot if they need it. All right. So always expose the wound. Some of these bleeding kits we always recommend to put some scissors in because if I'm injured and have an injury to my leg, you really need to cut my pants off to see where the injury is. You may think there's only 1 or 2 injured areas, but you may find more. So you may have to treat more than one area. So a little picture here about how to pack it. Obviously, I've seen a lot of times patients come in with abdominal injuries, for example, and just basically 6 feet of gauze that's all packed up this high because they kept putting it and stacking it and nobody ever actually packed it. So that bleed, it's just going to continue to bleed. But when you pack it, if you pack it tight, it's going to really what we call kind of tamponade off that bleeding and cause that to stop and give it a chance to clot. Okay. You can use these tourniquets on children. They fit just about it. Infants, obviously, it's extremely rare to treat an infant that has uncontrolled hemorrhage, but if God forbid we do, direct pressure in our hands is all that we really need for that, and that's going to work just as well. Okay. So what are you going to do if you get blood on your hands? What's the first thing you're going to do? You obviously make sure you wash that with warm soap and water. If you get splashed in the eye, if you have an open cut, splashed in the mouth, anything like that, obviously rinse. Tell a healthcare provider, tell Jim or one of his team members if you're there that, hey, I've been exposed to patient body fluids, and somebody at the hospital, infectious disease people will get involved, and they'll usually test the patient to make sure they don't have anything that we don't want. Now, research shows that if we do get exposed to somebody's body fluids that has something that we don't want, it's still very rare for us to actually get that. I don't know if I don't want to test that, but either way, we'll kind of go from there. All right. So any questions about that thus far? All right. So kind of quick there. Let me show you the tourniquet real quick. All right. So this is a CAT tourniquet, combat application tourniquet. This is blue. It's because it's a certified training tourniquet, but it's the exact same thing. Oh, so I heard a bell. I thought my time's up. All right. They're kicking me out. Okay. Okay. Good. So if you were to buy one on Amazon or wherever you buy yours from, they're either going to be black or they're going to be kind of a bright orange. Okay. So again, same tourniquet is just used over and over again, so they want people to understand that. So if Jim is, he's been out hunting and he falls asleep and falls out of his deer stand and whatever you do there, and he's got a real bad cut right by his wrist, we'll say, and it's just bleeding uncontrollably. So I'm like, I got my tourniquet, man, and you're going to find your tourniquet, take it out of the package.
Couple steps forward this way.
Couple steps
please.
forward. Oh, thank you. All right. So you're going to open up that tourniquet as much as you can to start off with, okay? Step number 2, they all have a little red tab. So you find that red tab, open that Velcro, so now you can slide it and adjust it to whatever size you need. It does come out of the buckle, so if you have to do a little reach and go around type of thing, you can do that. I recommend keeping it in that buckle. If we're a little bit nervous, again, which we all are, not a lot of experience with these. If you go to lean over and you're trying to wrap it around the leg and you're grabbing it, and even my hands are probably going to be a little shaky at that time. And then, well, whoops, now it's twisted up, so I'm going to have to redo this. And if you only have 3 to 5 minutes, you're losing time and you're losing blood. Okay, so we got to make sure we do it right the first time. And this is going to go around anybody's arm or leg for the most part. Okay, so if he's got a significant bleed in his wrist, so maybe that radial artery is kind of spurting a lot of blood. I'm not even going to waste time with the packing or the direct pressure. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and put this right on. 2 to 3 inches above the wound. That's kind of what they say. It doesn't have to be perfect, so don't measure it. Don't worry about that. All right. So the main thing is you put it on here. Now, technically, I can really cinch this thing down with my hands a lot, and it's going to get really tight. But I won't do that to you. I don't want you to see if you bruise. That's right. That's true. All right. So I bring this all the way around his arm. And I'm going to bring it right up to these hard plastic wings, okay? So it's fairly tight enough. So it's got to be really snug. You shouldn't really be able to get your finger in there, okay? And make sure you position this where it's easy for you to access. So make sure it's not like under the arm and you're trying to reach or under the leg, all right? So I could probably go a little bit higher here, but we'll leave it where it is right now. So this rod is called a windlass. So you're going to grab this thing and you're going to start tightening it. So righty-tighty, lefty-tighty. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's going to tighten up, okay? So you guys already know when to stop. But if I'm going to tighten this thing to the right, naturally it's going to want to spring back on me because there's a lot of tension on it. Yeah. And it's going to take a lot more reps than probably what you realize. It's going to really get tight. If you have it on the thigh, it's really going to sink in there, okay? But if I'm turning it to the right, you're going to kind of want to secure it into the left right there. And you'll notice that in a second when you play with this. So it's secure, it's tight, the bleeding stopped, doesn't really have any radial pulse. Whatever you have left, I recommend trying to tuck it in a little bit. You can kind of make it look pretty if you want. I don't really waste a lot of time on that. But the very last thing you're going to do is secure everything with this white piece of Velcro to the other side of that tourniquet there. Okay, so that technically keeps it secure. Hopefully it won't come loose, and it's got time written on there, so we're going to put what time are we going to put on there? Yeah, the time you apply it, obviously. Okay, some people think, well, the time of injury, we'll put that on, but no. We need to know, you put this tourniquet on at 8 o'clock tonight, and so we'll kind of keep an eye on that. So just that easy, okay?
It's not a deal breaker if you forget what time it is and don't have it.
No,
Don't have
exactly.
A pen, that's fine.
Exactly. Yeah, most of us don't carry Sharpies in our pockets or rubber gloves, etc. But yeah, just a verbal time to EMS is really all that you need to do. Okay. So any questions on that?
One size fit all?
Yes, sir. One size fits all. One-time use. If you use it one time, even if you don't get any blood on it, you got to throw it in the trash. Okay.
It fits most. I mean, there would be there's somewhere
most.
that it doesn't fit, but there's a way to make it work.
And you always hear about elevating say if you got a wound, the elevate. Is that any truth to that, or that help things or make things worse?
No, I mean that could that definitely helps things. I mean that's what they teach in first aid.
Right.
But obviously, depending on the scenario, if you have a person that has a broken arm in multiple places, then you don't want to grab that. Sometimes you're like, oh, let me elevate it. Then you realize, oh, that arm is broken places, and you're going to know instinctively to put that down. But yeah, direct pressure, elevate. If it's bleeding a lot again, just go straight to the tourniquet, and then you won't even have to worry about doing that. But we talk about arterial bleeds and how dangerous they are. People can still bleed out from venous bleeding as well. and it just takes a little bit longer in a lot of cases. So they're still dangerous as well. All right, I'm going to pass out these tourniquets for you guys to go ahead and put this on your thigh if you want, or you can put it on your partner's arm next to you. Don't crank it down more than one turn, so I don't want anybody getting bruised up here tonight or any injuries there. But it'll give you an idea of what it feels like and just kind of the mechanics of putting these on.
So while you're passing those out, I'm out in the rural area, and I'm always and seeing a snake or two around and stuff.
Or
So-
three.
Three,
Yeah,
right.
three.
So if I was ever bitten, is there anything to putting a tourniquet on for? Or that just a cowboy western show and that stuff on TV?
Treatment if you think it's a venomous snake, then
Don't put no.
blood, suck the poison in it.
Right, cut yourself and suck the blood out and all that stuff. Just
Oh, Andrew's good to say. Just-
If it's a rattlesnake or something, you would want to go more urgently, but like a copperhead, it's not necessarily really urgent.
So this don't really have to be.
Yeah, they're venomous,
If
but
you can
they're
see
not-
how tight you
it's
can
not
get it,
just
just
concentration.
cinching it down right away. and
okay.
You just
The tighter you can get it with your hands before you turn that
And
little
they always
rod,
say
the easier
remain
it's gonna be
calm.
to
You know,
Well, that
all
helps
stuff,
keep
right?
it, yeah, that
Yeah,
helps
keep
keep
it
it from moving around.
moving
as
around.
much. Yeah.
But it does move around your
Yeah, so
body.
just
right?
kind of
will,
pull that
it
out
will,
and
but
just kind of
putting a
start
tourniquet on
winding
there
that
just
thing up.
gives
Either
you
way you
other
want to turn it,
issues and the
you
blood's
can
still
feel
got
it starting to get,
Oh, I feel.
it
doesn't
gets tight really
do
quick.
what, it doesn't isolate
So
blood
yeah, if I'm
here.
awake, I go like,
It
oh,
still
man, it's really
returns,
hurtful.
right? It keeps blood from going down there, but the returns are
No,
usually.
not unless the first aid kit
See,
is
that makes
made
sense.
specifically
Yeah.
with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so don't do
Yeah.
that.
So we recommend, we tell
We have them out there,
organizations-
you know, and so.
Yeah, we,
Yeah, so we don't wanna waste our time and talk about, you know.
No,
Tourniquets need to call
First
911 and
aid.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
if
just
you're out
bought
there
a
and
whole
decide,
brand
you
new,
know,
'cause my son
yeah.
took his
we did put an
toenail off.
ambulance out
How
there.
did he know?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
talked
so
to
we
those
use
guys.
that.
They're good, it's some good people, so.
Yeah, now,
Somebody's got several things.
I had a place.
oh, you never know.
He didn't-
Yeah, there's a,
Getting
we've been
the
out to a
hardware
couple
was
churches
close.
here in town that
Building some
some
metal.
of the churches,
and
I guess, have
First thing I done was
security
grab it like that, and then it, but
See,
it,
one thing, holding it
We have-
up, that's
we have
really not
problems.
sustainable, it's
have-
just so hard,
well,
to
yeah.
hold your arm up forever. So,
yeah. But she was close though. I was doing some, yeah. That was close. I was
What do we do here?
finishing up a metal job on the roof.
yeah, you never know what we're going to be
Make it
faced with. So.
on my doghouse.
As rare as it is, it seems like it's still
Slipped
here.
in that.
That's the.
Yeah, that was close. It caught. It didn't hit the
good training.
artery
A lot of
though. It
people
didn't
don't
hit
like
the.
to
It
know
just.
that, like, they don't want to
Yeah, but it
people
did. I
out
was so. I saw that.
It is important.
Man, that would have been a bad.
Crank it down.
Band-Aid
I
on
say
it.
one or 10 times.
That's
Y'all have any
enough.
questions?
That's enough.
It was
At least you didn't put it around your neck.
Well, that's a fact.
He said no in the video.
Don't do that, yeah, that's a self-correcting problem.
where you lock this in, is it?
The little locking ears right there, if you will, that's not the appropriate name for it, but I don't. There's not a true name for that piece. The rod is called the windlass.
I'm alive.
Yeah, I just call it the hard plastic
That's a
wings for lack of a
self-correcting problem. It'll
What
work
would
one
be
time.
And if you don't have one of these, you can use a belt or a bow tie. I mean,
So
neck,
the idea,
necktie.
so the idea is sort of like CPR, whatever you have.
crank it?
If you have a
They're
belt,
out in the woods.
so you know,
Ask
stuff
that
that's
question.
wider,
So yeah, that's
that
a
has more
good question,
surface
too.
area helps, so like a piece of rope or something,
pen?
will just dig into
Yeah,
the
that's
skin.
probably not
A
gonna.
belt
oh,
could
it
be really
could,
good if you can get it tight enough.
But we
keep
always
it tight
recommend
enough.
As wide as you
Like a
possible.
shirt?
Something
Yeah,
as
that's
wide
right,
as.
yeah.
kind of
Some,
wind
you
up the
know,
shirt real quick.
Not too wide, but
Put
Well,
that around
yeah,
my leg
it's,
and just kind of tie a little
the-
half knot.
A lot of the first aid kits have
Find a
triangle
big strong
bandages
stick,
in them,
broomstick,
like
Yes.
those,
put
scout
it on top of
bandanas.
that
Right,
little half
right.
knot.
You
and then
can
tie a knot
fold
on
that
top
up
of
in
it.
a strip.
What is the
Use
stick
that, you know,
or the
shirt
windlass
strips and
doing?
cloth and
Applying
stuff.
pressure
Right,
to that
right.
direct point?
So there's
Yes,
different
ma'am. What
ways
it's doing
to
is
accomplish the mission.
Right.
Not everybody, you know,
Once you tighten it, it just
not
brings
everybody,
that
a lot,
tourniquet
well, a lot
tighter
of
like
people
that,
have
so
a
it kinda
tourniquet in their
just
kit,
hold
just
it.
holds it
But,
in and then just keeps, making
it's a good thing to have.
just
mainly for the self.
Luckily, it
though,
applies, the
more
way it
for- you
pulls,
know,
it
we-
applies pressure evenly
I
around.
carry
the-
3 with me.
The
2
more you
for me
turn
and
it,
1 for you.
it draws it in.
So
It's
then that
tighter
way,
and tighter.
That makes sense.
because I'm prone to injury too. I do dumb stuff.
Hopefully, yeah, you're right. Hopefully it will never happen.
So occupational type injuries,
You want me
you
to do
might
it better?
fall, there's a
Oh,
lot
no,
of
no,
glass.
that's totally fine. I don't expect anybody to
We
roll
taught
it.
like at the school.
It took me a while to figure out
people
how to roll
mopping
back
floors.
up anyway, so.
You
And
probably
wet
get-
floors, you know, you go
Yeah,
sliding
yeah.
right through a
Couple
glass
things.
window.
Yeah, don't
That's
talk
a lot
about
more likely.
Yeah, yeah.
Want some more pictures?
Yeah.
I have some more
Chance to get
pictures.
shot or low.
I had to pee anyway, but-
It's not zero.
Yeah.
I was
You might
like,
trip and fall.
Perfect time to head out.
Yep.
So,
Or on the farm, we have what we call scrap piles.
all kinds of stuff. On
Metal
the farm.
piles
anything, you just had to say on the farm.
Right, right. And folks are climbing in there to get, I need this, to weld this onto the tractor. And
Sounds like you need to get some tourniquets somewhere. I hear about snake bites and injuries, everything.
Teacher told us to.
So that's kind of it in a nutshell. I will tell you all this.
Look up the wounds, so something.
You know, if you're a part of another group, you know, whether it be church, scouts, you know, anything, businesses, you know, we'd be glad to come out and teach the stop and bleed class. So we can kind of tailor it however you need it. It can be somewhat short, it can be longer. So I love to get out of the office. So please give me a call. Awesome. Make it happen.
So I have a question.
sir.
Do you guys offer this service in Spanish as well, or just English? Like,
You know, we have not had that, but yes, we can make that happen. We have
can,
Spanish
yeah.
interpreters at the hospital that maybe I can, you know, we can,
We have some-
I can take them hostage with me and bring them.
okay.
We have some Spanish-speaking paramedics too that would be happy to do that. That's never been asked before, but that's a whole segment
Yeah,
of
that's a
people we
great
never
question,
talked to.
actually. So, yeah, we would definitely make that happen,
Absolutely.
for sure.
I have another question. Like right now with the heat that has been extreme, you know, we work in construction, and so what happens? That goes more towards the CPR.
Okay.
Like if somebody at the work has a heat stroke,
Okay.
do we do CPR there, or how is
No,
that?
so if you have anybody that's having a heat-related emergency, there's some, once they get past the heat exhaustion to the heat stroke, you know, they may or may not stop sweating. You know, you always heard that if they stop sweating, that's a problem. Some people will keep sweating, but they're not acting appropriately. Only if they stop breathing and are pulseless would you start the CPR. Otherwise, as soon as you recognize that they're having a medical emergency, you know, they're not acting appropriately, can't answer questions normally, that call 911, and it's still a significant emergency, but it's not to the point where you need to start CPR right now. So they're still breathing, right? They're still probably conscious. So you don't need to push on their chest. Does that make sense? But you
Yeah.
absolutely need to call
So-
911 and seek treatment, for sure.
I had a friend that was experiencing, had gotten too hot with his heat and stuff, and it was older gentleman. We got him in a shaded area, unloosened his clothing, and was fanning him. We actually fanned him with our hands and stuff, and it made a difference. And so that was, but that was an experience. I had never seen anything like that before. It was really scary. It was scary.
Is there something you could do in replacement 87
What can we do if someone is having a heat stroke?
So get them out of the sun. You know, you first of all want to remove somebody from the exposure. So get it out of the sunshine. If you can find an air-conditioned vehicle, you know, indoors someplace. Worst case, you know, a shade area. Out of that immediate vicinity, begin cooling them. So if they're wearing heavy clothing or some kind of PPE or anything, begin cooling them. So take those wet clothes off. You want to try to kind of dry them off. This is really humid here, so it's different than out west, right? It's really humid here, and so the body's cooling mechanism by trying to sweat doesn't work because the moisture doesn't evaporate. So you want to help dry them, fan them, cool them off. You really are not going to cool them off so quickly that it's a problem, right? You've probably heard that before. Start cooling them off. You know, try to get them to drink some fluids if possible, and then activate 911 if they're having a heat stroke and they're obviously altered. It's a major event. They need to be taken to the hospital emergently. It's not a normal stroke generally if it's the heat related, so it can be reversed by cooling the body and getting them a physician's treatment, I guess, and get them into a controlled cooling environment. And they'll do some rapid cooling, I think. They've got some machinery at the hospital that can do that. Cold packs in the groin and the axilla, in the armpits can help cool quickly. Wrap some ice in a towel. Days like, so today is a steamer. There's not a great way to do it, right? Luckily we don't have a lot of days that are like today, but it's difficult to find that cool environment anywhere. So I think maybe there'll be some relief next few days.
It's well, there's been something going on like in the news where like TikTok, for instance, they're having a challenge where they drink a lot of water and they pass out or something like that. Now, how that, and you may or may not be able to answer this, but how does that relate to the people working in the field or in the construction when
so
they drink a lot of water
yeah.
and then
So think
the
about,
heat.
so people that are working or when you're outside exerting yourself. So it's fluid in, fluid out, right? If you're peeing a lot or sweating a lot, that's fluid going out,
Okay.
right? And also the exertion. So whether it's work or occupational or sports or other activities, recreation. So your muscles are using fluid, right, and oxygen, and the sweat and urine and stuff. So your kidneys are processing that fluid and pushing it out. So the fluid in is replacing the fluid going out, and you're trying to stay just ahead of that, right? That's why you try to drink a little more water than you're peeing out, so then that way you stay ahead of it. The water challenge, basically what happens when people are doing that is they're just overloading their body and their cells start to explode because they can't, there's nowhere to put it all.
Okay.
And it's really, the TikTok challenges are awful. Some of them.
Yeah, but I mean, how does that relate?
Yeah, the consequence. So that's really the difference, right? It's sort of that fluid in, fluid out. So the exertion, the fluid's going somewhere. The body's processing it. Kidneys are moving it out, or it's coming out via sweat, and so it's coming out, and so you're replacing that volume. And you'd be surprised. You think I'm drinking a gallon of water, you think that's a lot of water, and it is in the jug, but as you think of the exertion of what's standing outside today, you don't have to do a lot of exerting yourself to sweat a lot. And so a lot of folks in construction are in a different physical condition too, and so they process the water and fluids differently than me, right? Because I'm in poor physical condition, so I sweat and my body processes it differently. So, yeah.
With my help out there on the farm, we use the buddy system, keep an eye out, we watch each other, take frequent breaks, and like I said, we keep a cooler full of Gatorade or some electrolytes in it and water, and again, the breaks, taking the breaks, because folks they think they can work on a normal, when the temperature's 96, they think they can work at the pace of a 80-degree day, and then you can't do it. So you may not get as much done, but we take frequent breaks, look out for everybody. Then when the temperature changes for the next day or whatever, we pick things back up. But you'd rather have some your good help that's qualified folks that do good work. You'd rather have them for the long term instead of instead of overloading the mule. And as old folks say, and then you overload the wagon and you ain't got no wagon.
Right.
Yeah, that's the key is hydrate them.
question.
Sodium and potassium is the big thing that people
I have
lose
a question
when
about
it
the
gets in
heat
trouble.
stroke.
Okay.
Going back to the heat stroke.
All right.
When they're consuming fluids or you're trying to give them fluids, would you suggest ice cold water or room temperature, or what would you suggest for someone having a heat stroke?
That's a good question. So I would want to get back to you, but I would tell you that for folks some people can't tolerate the very cold fluids. It sort of shocks the system when you're
Yes.
drinking it or trying to drink it rapidly. But a lot of folks also can't process warm water or warm fluids
Right.
when it's super hot. So cool is probably best, but at the point where it's fluid in, when you get to the heat stroke, you're kind of past drinking fluid, right? Once you get that severely dehydrated, it's sort of a moot point at that point. You just, what can you get in? And then they need IV fluids. They need rapid IV fluids and rapid cooling. The body is physically, think about it like the pressure cooker or the boiling water. They've cooked it and now they're boiling it, and so the body is shutting down. The organs are stopping work. They're done, and so that's at that point they're past the fluid.
Yeah.
So what people can tolerate, because we may all have a different tolerance. Once you're dehydrated and you feel thirsty and you need fluids, it's probably easier to drink a larger volume of cool, not cold.
Not cold.
But some people are different, and they may prefer that. So whatever you can get folks to drink, especially if they're being stubborn about it, because once you get to that point, you're sort of force feeding them too. Because if they get to that point, they've either not been looking out for themselves or not been paying attention. It gets away from us, especially days like today. So just get what you can.
And what really gets people with heat stroke?
That gets people.
That's what lightning will get you quicker. That's for sure. But people really start to, when they start to go south, is because they've really depleted all their sodium and their potassium in the body, and then you start to get into the issues, right, with the cardiac dysrhythmias and things of that nature, muscle tone, weakness, etc.
Right.
So we always tell people to, something with electrolytes, eat a little something with a little bit of sodium in it, etc. Bananas, things of that nature to
So
try to stay healthy.
I used to coach and play tennis for years and years and years, and so on the hard court today it was 130, and we would have our big conference tournament. It was we had kids all, and they'd start to cramp before they got to the heat stroke route. So we always kept mustard, and everybody looked at me like, "What? You're crazy." Because if they started getting where they're cramping up, we'd shoot mustard in to get them back up to at a level where they could, so we didn't have to carry them in and get IVs and all that, where we could get and try to cover them before they got in that situation. But yeah, the sodium depletion, especially with the sweat, that was one of the in sports, in the athletic arena, that was one of the hardest things because the amount of sweat and the amount of sodium.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's we get sweating on days like today and yesterday. You're going to lose a lot more than what you think, and if you're already a little bit on the dehydrated side and a little bit deficient in sodium and potassium, then it's just going to be that much quicker you have issues.
Oranges were also right, because I used to football coach to get oranges. I don't understand that.
Yeah, I mean, so the whole idea is nutrients, right? So the mustard, right? I hadn't heard that one in a long time. So there was, you've heard salt tablets and some things, sort of old school route. That's kind of an old school route, but it works. So things that have salt, potassium, sodium in them. So a lot of fruits and vegetables have those in them. So if you can get that in, it's also helpful because just water is good, but you need other stuff, right? So Pedialyte is probably the best thing that you can get because it's not mostly sugar, but it's got all the stuff in it. The problem with Pedialyte is it doesn't always taste good. So what we do at the football field is mix the Pedialyte and Gatorade, and you get all of the stuff. We'll make Pedialyte popsicles, and they sort of you can deal with it. But even as adults, that's one of the best. That's a good thing. It doesn't taste good. It's not built for consumption, but it's really good. I couldn't imagine. I could feel my face squeezing up, taking a cheek full of mustard right now too.
Some use pickle juice.
I mean, Gatorade's not that good for you, and we were looking at sodium, and mustard was just one of those things before salt tablets and all that.
It works, but I mean, it works. That's all that matters is it works. And once people get to the point where they're past just dehydrated, you got to do something right now. I mean, and that's sort of the fact. You don't want to get them IVs and things out on the court.
And Jim, low fat food, you can't eat in the winter what you eat in the summer, or it's got to be the opposite
Yeah.
difference. A day like this, you can't go to Peden's and get all that fat meat and
A heavy meal hits different in the summer than it does in the winter. That's a fact. But yeah, you don't think of eating hamburger, steak, and gravy, mashed potatoes, and green beans at lunch in July and August.
Sound good.
It's always delicious. Maybe just half a plate.
Half a plate.
You know, you go to Parker's and eat one piece of chicken instead of two. But the other thing that'll do is it helps cut down on sudden cardiac arrest, because then you're less likely to clog those arteries up. You know, so it'll get us there. I really appreciate y'all letting us come out tonight. There are some of these flyers I noticed, and I hadn't even thought about it. So emergency management just started doing this hyper reach. We changed from Code Red. It's an emergency notification tool. Please take it and share in your neighborhoods, your communities, wherever it is that you congregate and fellowship. It's a mass notification system so that we can send out disaster alerts, you know, major notifications, you know, natural gas leak, power outages and things that are important. But it's a more targeted system than what we used to have with Code Red, so we don't have to send a county-wide alert to people that live in one subdivision. It's also, you know, it goes out through the same wavelengths. If you set it that way, as like the Amber Alerts and the tornado warnings, so you can turn some of those things on and off. All right, and we understand that. We don't have access to that, but through that app, you can get weather notifications and things that may be important. Shelters opening, I know that a lot of that, you know, if we have a disaster and we open shelters, stuff like that, information would go across that system. And not everybody has social media. Not everybody is on the internet. You know, one thing as in EMS, and I think your group, and listening to Jessica tell me a little bit about it, you guys are working with at-risk people in the community. A lot of those folks don't all have smartphones, and so we do a really good job of putting stuff on social media and targeting and do what we think is, you know, we're trying to do the right things, but there's a lot of folks that get left behind from the notification. And so there are other ways if they're not on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, and these are things that if you can get these notifications, or your neighbors or friends or family, and then that helps them to share it. Same stuff that goes out over the radio, you know, it's really helpful. So, but you know, I'll talk all night if you let me. I know y'all want to go home. I think it's raining now. But thank you for letting us come up and talk. I will tell you, Brian won't be the one that comes and teaches you if you want to do stop the bleed anymore. Either one of his colleagues or one of us will come and do it. He's a quitter, so he's leaving the hospital. He's going over to Kinston to start. He's taking a promotion as a nurse practitioner, and so he's going to be doing some primary care. So
need some prayers.
So not going to be working here in town, but so we're proud of him, happy for him. But so he's leaving us, so we just, you know,
I'm nothing to him now. Yeah.
For county taxes, you know, just stay in Pitt County.
We're not going to leave. We love Pitt County.
We try not to say it that way. You know, we try not. The government's going to get our money either way. So
Either way.
I work for the government. I'm here to help. But are there any other questions or comments? You know, I hope we didn't oversimplify any of it. The message is that these are several life-saving tools, life-altering tools that we've talked about tonight, that are really not hard to do. That's scary. It's intimidating, because I will tell you, when somebody is bleeding profusely, it's nasty. It's awful to look at, much less touch. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you've never seen it. It's not like water. It's not like in the shower. You know, blood's different, and so help your friends and folks understand. Put the phone down for a minute, and we have to do something. It can go on Twitter and YouTube later, and we can all retire from the earnings on the video that went viral, but we have to do something to save that life. So thank you all for letting us come, and we would love to come to any of your churches, your groups, employers, wherever you are, and chat and fellowship a little bit. So.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Pleasure to meet y'all.
You guys, the next order of business, do we have any questions or comments regarding the HRC? If not, next will be community announcements. September 16th, New Mercies Tabernacle will host a voting revival from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And the location is 209 Pactolus Highway, Greenville, North Carolina. And I'll also send this out in an email tomorrow. Do you guys have any more community announcements?
I just have a quick one. Many of you saw the interfaith clergy held the blessing of the badges last week, and so I just wanted to make sure, because we're trying to educate and make sure the community knows. Habibi Mediterranean Grill, which is a local business, they donated thousands upon thousands of dollars of food, and we were able to feed over 600 people, most of them first responders, badge wearers, last Thursday. So just a quick shout out and a thank you to our community network and to Habibi Mediterranean Grill and Nadir Aldine.
Awesome.
And I'd like to give a shout out to Andrew. I did see where he was helping with, I don't know if it was coordination or if it was just as a guest speaker or it was your
I
church.
coordinated.
Okay, but I saw you speaking and I from being working with the city of Greenville and being involved in certain activities, I just want to give a shout out to you for a job well done, because it's nice to be a fellow board member with someone with a passion to help in all regards.
If we don't have any more community announcements, I would like to call for a motion to adjourn.
I second.
So move.
I make a
I
make a motion to adjourn.
It's been long.
All right, the meeting is adjourned at 7:51.